The House will come to order. Members, please register. Show Mr. Hunter as present. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery will please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by the chaplain.
As they embark on their mission to serve those who have been entrusted to them, may your guiding hand be present with them in their work this day. Never may you depart from our side, or we from yours. May all mistrust, dissension, fear, and disunity be brushed aside by your same spirit of peace and charity. As in all things, may all that we do begin with your inspiration and in your providence reach a successful conclusion. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Members, I am pleased to recognize our physician of the day, Dr. Elliot Trester of Austin. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SCR 5, Whitmire, granting the legislature permission to adjourn for more than 3 days during the period beginning on Thursday, January 12th, 2023, and ending on Tuesday, January 17th, 2023. SCR 6, Paul, providing for a joint session to canvass the votes for the governor and lieutenant governor and for a joint session of the inaugural ceremony. Respectfully, Patsy Spa, Secretary of the Senate.
Thank you, sir. Members, a couple of announcements, please. Before we begin our business for today, I have a couple of announcements. Instructions for using the floor amendment system, referred to as FAS, has been placed on your desk. You will need your Surface Pro laptops to access FAS in the chamber. If you did not bring your Surface Pro with you, please call your staff and ask them to bring it to the front door of the chamber so the sergeants can deliver it to you at your desk. We are currently operating under House rules from last session. I would like to remind members of the rules of decorum to be followed during the debate. Do not pass between the front and back microphones when any member is at the front or back microphone. You must always seek recognition from the chair before speaking into either microphone. You must wait for the chair to recognize you before proceeding. All remarks made from the front or back microphone must relate to the purpose of which you are recognized or the matter currently under consideration. Thank you. As we begin today, please let me remind you that under the terms of conduct for the House chamber, the presiding officer is charged with preserving quorum and order, including in the gallery, the lobby, and adjacent spaces. Ask those persons on the floor and in the gallery to comply with the principles of decorum. Is Mr. Metcalf on the floor of the House? Is Mr. Goldman on the floor of the House? The chair lays out the following resolution. The clerk will read the resolution in full.
SCR 6 by Hall, providing for a joint session to canvass the votes for the governor and lieutenant governor and for a joint session for the inaugural ceremony.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the resolution that provides for joint sessions tomorrow to canvass the votes for governor, lieutenant governor, and a joint session Tuesday to inaugurate the governor and lieutenant governor. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of SCR 6. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Metcalf voting aye. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Slayton voting aye. There being 149 ayes, 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. The chair lays out the following resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
SCR 5 by Whitmire, granting the legislature permission to adjourn for more than 3 days during the period beginning on Thursday, January 12, 2023, and ending on Tuesday, January 17, 2023.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a resolution for this week that authorizes adjournment for more than 3 days. The resolution authorizes the House or Senate to adjourn from this Thursday until next Tuesday, and I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of SCR 5. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Mr. Slayton voting aye. All members voting. All members voting. There being 149 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. Mr. Craddock on the floor of the House. The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to suspend all necessary rules, take up H.R. 24.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended.
H.R. 24 by Craddock, congratulating Don Sparks on receiving the 2022 Top Hand Award from the Permian Basin Petroleum Association.
The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to explain the resolution.
I move passage.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Members, we will begin consideration of the housekeeping resolution momentarily. If you have any amendments, please bring them down front.
Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2.
The chair lays out the following resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 3 by Metcalf, adopting the housekeeping resolution for the House of Representatives of the 88th Legislature.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Resolution 3, something we adopt every session, and I know we all have good news today. You will see that we have an amendment. Would we like to? So in the resolution, members, you'll see on there we're going to be raising the salaries for our office budgets. And also in there we have, on number 4, you'll see on your desk, Texas Constitution prohibits use of public resources for political purposes. Texas Ethics Commission issued an opinion in June 2019 that reaffirmed this prohibition applies to all public resources that are not equally available to the general public. This provision is inserted to remind members and staff of the constitutional rule.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Metcalf.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you'll see on this amendment, line 2, strikes out $6,000 and substitutes $6,780 for salary cap. Page 23, line 7, strikes $17,250 and substitutes $19,250. On page 23, strikes $15,500 and substitutes $17,500. I move adoption.
Mr. Metcalf sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors of the objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. Amendment is adopted. Is Mr. Schofield on the floor of the House? Members, are there any other amendments to H.R. 3? Please bring them down front. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the resolution? The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move adoption to H.R. 3.
The question occurs on the adoption of H.R. 3. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez-Fisher voting aye. So Mr. Metcalf voting aye. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 147 ayes and 2 nays, the resolution is adopted. Members, we are trying to make certain that the floor amendment system is functioning and operating for all members, so the House will stand at ease for a moment. The House come to order. Members, we're about to take up H.R. 4. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 4 by Hunter, adopting the House Rules of Procedure for the 88th Legislature.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Let me give you a little bit of an overview, especially for those of you who are new. What we're voting on today are House rules. That's the process and procedures. This isn't a substantive, this isn't your subject matter. These are the procedures that we operate under. And for some of the members that are newly elected.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Slayton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, are you aware that hundreds of perhaps thousands of Texas voters are coming down to the Capitol tomorrow to watch the rules debate?
The chair is not advised.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of H.R. 4 until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Mr. Slayton, you would have to be recognized at the front mic for that motion.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow in honor of the voters coming to the Capitol tomorrow on Thursday.
Mr. Slayton, you are not recognized for that motion.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Isn't a motion to adjourn a privileged motion?
Mr. Slayton, it is not a privileged motion.
Mr. Speaker, Rule 5, Section 24. Does that compel the Speaker to recognize members when they make privileged motions?
Mr. Slayton, a member has to be recognized from the front microphone to make a motion.
Mr. Speaker, will you allow me to make that motion?
You can come down front and we can talk about it. Mr. Guerin, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, how is the work schedule for the House determined?
The work schedule is determined by the Speaker, and until a Speaker is elected, there is no work schedule.
Mr. Speaker, when did you become a Speaker of the House for the 88th session?
2 p.m. yesterday.
Mr. Speaker, in the 87th session, did you postpone the consideration of rules until Thursday because of COVID concerns that we did the housekeeping on Wednesday and the rules on Thursday because of COVID concerns and the amount of time we would be on the floor?
Mr. Guerin, because of the extensive COVID protocols that were not digested by the members, we took an extra day to do the House rules. Correct.
Mr. Speaker, are you aware that in previous sessions, 85th and 86th, the rules were adopted on the second day?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to share the following information that I pulled up on Texas Legislature Online, which is available to anyone with an internet connection. In 2019, which I believe was before Mr. Slayton was elected to the House, the rules were done on Wednesday. In 2017, the rules were done on Wednesday. 2013, the rules were done on Monday of the second week. In 2011, the rules were done on Monday of the third week. In 2009, the rules were done on Wednesday of the third week. Members, rules are taken up at different times depending on that session. I made no guarantee that the rules would be done on Wednesday or Thursday of this week. That was not my decision. Until I was Speaker of the House, no memo was sent out on House rules until yesterday at 4:30. Mr. Hunter, you may continue. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the resolution.
So, members, we're still talking about the House rules. So, in the fall, House administration held a procedure. The procedure was that if you wanted to propose House rules, you would go to them. There was an actual hearing. They were listened to, reviewed, and I believe all of you got a published of that. And I'm not sure about the newly elected members, but the members got published. So you would have access to it as well. So today we're presenting, and just to let you know the base rules, we're taking Rule 16 out. What that means is COVID. We put in a lot of pandemic rules, and those are being taken out. Just so you know, there are procedures where you can go through House administration on a health or a safety issue. So it's not like we can't look at those again in the future. In addition, there were some clerical changes to make sure that we've done things administratively and dating. We had to update the dates in the rules. And as many of you know, these rules, because we didn't operate normally during the coronavirus, we weren't able to really get into our rules as much. And they were vetted and went through. So basically, you have a House rule procedure that has been researched, reviewed twice, and are ready to go. Now, the procedure is I'm going to present these rules, and then there will be amendments that are proposed. And for the new members, people will be asking you to vote yes or no, and you'll just have to make that your decision. But I want you to know that is the basis, that is the package, that's what you have online, and that is what has been printed. So, Mr. Speaker, in sake of time, because many of the members have gone through this, I then will go forward with the amendment process.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hunter.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the amendment.
All right, now members, And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want you to pay very close attention as I explain this amendment. This is what is called an absence amendment. And what this says, and if you follow it, and I know some have been printed and some are online, but let me hit some of the points. If a member is absent without leave for the purpose of impeding the action of the House, the member is subject to one or more of the following. 1, fines, and that is defined in the rule. 2, payment of costs incurred by the sergeant at arms. That's explained in this amendment. Reprimand proceeding, censure proceeding, and expulsion. Unless the House, and that's you, all 150 of us, excuses the fine payment by a majority vote, each member who is absent without leave is liable to the House as follows. A fine in the amount of $500 for each calendar day of absence, and the member's pro rata share of the costs incurred by the sergeant at arms to secure attendance. It also explains that the Committee on House Administration shall notify the member of the total amount of fines and costs for which the payment is not excused. A member must pay the amount stated in the committee's notice by making payment in that amount to the House Business Office not later than the 3rd business day of the 1st calendar month after the date of the committee's notice. And this, I want you to be clear. A member may not make any payment from funds in the member's operating account or funds accepted as political contributions, and the legal section is provided. If a member does not make full payment as required, the committee shall direct the House Business Office to reduce the amount of the monthly credit to the member's operating account established under the housekeeping resolution by 30% in each month that any amount of a fine remains past due and owing. When a member makes full payment as required, the committee shall direct the business office, House Business Office, to restore the impounded funds to the member's operating account, subject to any limitations. Then there is an expulsion provision. And before a member is expelled under this section, the matter shall be referred to the Committee on House Administration for basically investigation and report. A report is issued under this subsection. So you basically have a process that members would go through. So this is an amendment that I am proposing to the House rules, and I want to make a final comment and then I'll take questions. For your information, our research shows historically authorized procedures for absences without leave are arrest, apologies to the House, censure and reprimand, deductions from pay, expulsion, and payment of the costs of arrest. So we have looked at this from the legal side, and we feel that this answers some of the questions that have been raised. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption and will take questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for some questions.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Hunter. Chairman Hunter, just a couple of things for awareness. You and I first spoke about this morning, is that correct?
Correct.
And just, for the purposes of our conversation, I believe I may have engaged you personally sometime around the first week or so in December inquiring about this very topic. Does that sound right?
I don't know when, but you have reached out.
Right, and you were very kind to respond, and I appreciate that. And if I could just sort of summarize your response, you were, I don't really know much about rules. And then you reminded me, because you're a little bit senior to me, you reminded me that until we had a speaker, we really didn't have any rules to discuss or a process by which we would go by adopting those rules. Does that sound correct?
No.
Okay.
I never told you I didn't know about rules. I think I know about rules. What I told you is that we had a contested speaker's election, and we needed to elect a speaker so the speaker could announce a calendar which has been fairly well followed in the same manner. So with that clarification, I probably agree with you.
I appreciate that, and just for the purposes of the record and people who know you, you don't talk that way. So I don't know if those were the words you used, but I accept the spirit of your response, and I appreciated you responding at all. It was over the Christmas holidays, and you were kind enough to do a little bit of business while we were celebrating the holidays. I was able to get my hands on this about 10 a.m. And that's pretty close in time when you were able to get your hands on this.
Yes, we published the House rules yesterday, and as in regular procedure, everybody has ideas, thoughts, their concepts, and we were on the phone pretty much through the night and then this morning, and so I submitted and got my copy around 9.
Okay. And is it your intent that with regard to this section of the rules, this is the only concept that we're going to be entertaining today by way of having a debate and a vote to adopt this rule?
Well, I can't speak for the other 149, but this is the Todd Hunter proposal.
Yes, sir. And if it is a Todd Hunter proposal, any proposal that would be near second place to the Todd Hunter proposal would not be acceptable to the presenter of House Rule 4 or House Resolution 4?
I'll give you that answer when they're proposed.
Thank you, sir. Looking at it, the body of it, I'm on page 1, and I'm looking at line 14, specifically line 12. When I read this, it says if a member is absent without leave, and so that anticipates events, not just a quorum break, but any unauthorized leave by anybody for anything at any time.
Well, if you read the full D, and everybody should see this, if a member is absent without leave for the purpose of impeding the action of the House.
Sure.
So yes, it's not going to be just for one event.
There may be other scenarios, and not to bore the body, but we've talked about other scenarios by which there may be an unauthorized leave that the purpose of this rule might trigger, but the overall conduct may not rise to the level of a quorum break, and I think there was an acknowledgement of that. So my question, Mr. Chairman, is oftentimes in committee, would this rule apply to proceedings in committee?
Well, I mean, if the member gets reprimanded, gets censored, gets expelled, or gets fined, that could impede completely their operation.
So specifically, if we're in a committee, typically there are 9, and we have a couple of excused absences, and then a member is on a second committee, or a member's laying out a bill, or a member's with a constituent, or a member maybe, meeting with other colleagues and caucuses and so forth. If let's say there isn't a quorum in committee, could any member of this body accuse another member of impeding the business of the House because the committee can't function?
The intent of the rule is for somebody who actually intentionally tries to impede action of the state's business. And that's why that's clarified.
I appreciate that.
I would hope that the members, all 150, would work together to realize if there was an intentional act or somebody was ill. That's not what this is talking about. Somebody is incapacitated. That's not what this is talking about.
Yes, sir, and I'll certainly ask the chair if he would recognize me to reduce these remarks to writing after we visit. But I don't see the words intentional on page 1, line 12, and I understand the practice of the House, a practice I desire, which is to work together. I know that we've only had a couple of votes here, and we have not thrown up 150 in one direction yet. So there could be a member who reads the rule and wants to lodge and be recognized outside of the power of recognition that the speaker has to acknowledge the member for that motion. I just want to make sure that this rule is not going to punish people on committee. We've been in committees where there just is the chairperson alone, sometimes taking testimony, and I don't want someone to say, well, there are those members impeding the business of the House.
Let me clarify. This rule is the House floor.
Okay.
This isn't committee. Committees set up their own procedures. This only applies to attendance on the House floor. When you get into your committee proceedings, that's your chairman, your vice chairman, and your members. So we're talking about this is a House rule for House procedures. So everybody knows this is attendance on the House floor. This is where you conduct the business. You have committee business. This is House business.
And I appreciate that, and I'm glad we're having that exchange. But is there a page and line number that you can point to that tells me this is specific to the floor proceedings?
All the language in the amendment is incorporated in the House rules, which is specifically referencing House proceedings.
Yes, sir. And there are many rules in the House rules that pertain to specific behavior of the committees and the functions of committees. And moreover, there are the times where you can raise points of order in committees. And so if this is just limited to the floor proceedings, perhaps we might want to put a comma and a couple of words in there to make that expressly understood, just so that we don't have somebody taking matters into their own hands, thinking that they could use this in a committee setting or some other setting that's not on the House floor.
I think it's drafted correctly. The lawyers have looked at it. It's plugged in. I think you can take my word and the writing that this is attendance on the House floor. Committee proceedings, to me, are different. They're under the rules, but this is dealing to attendance, House floor.
Okay, and then I will certainly take you at your word, and I will put that up to the body. I think it doesn't take a lot to add those words. There are capable men and women there to assist us to get that in writing. Maybe somebody's already drafting it. But since we are on our word, I also take you at your word that this document was produced. This document was produced and given to us at a very late stage in today's proceedings, and that you did not have the occasion to work with others in crafting it. This was just something that appeared the way things do, and I understand that, and that we're working to make it better as you and I debate today.
No, I don't agree with you.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to extend.
Is there objection to extension of time? Chair hears none. Time's extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I don't agree with you. The proceedings have been going on since House administration held hearings last fall. There have been members talking about this topic. There have been members discussing about this topic. I have been in the hearings listening. This amendment is Todd Hunter. This is listening to members, all sides. When we file the rules, guess what? When you file a bill, you get reaction. And this isn't anything abnormal. Members, when you get ready to file your bills, you're going to hear a lot of things within 24 hours of your committee hearing, or sometimes even faster. So this isn't anything unusual. The essence is talking to members, and yes, did we get a product? Did I ask this to be looked at? Yes. And when I got it, I passed it to folks, and let them know and have tried to discuss this on the floor. But I don't think there's any more hurried up on this rule than we've done on other matters.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that. And I'm just trying to establish for the purposes of us being able to work together that we have a process in place by which we engage in dialogue and try to get things done. And sometimes that happens in a meeting, and sometimes it happens here on the House floor, but we're all trying to work to get to a place. We all have to operate under these rules. Is that right, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay.
And as you and I say, being from South Texas, trabajando juntos hacemos las cosas. For those that don't know, that's working together, we'll get things done.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we reduce the exchange between Chairman Hunter and myself. If we can reduce them to write and place them in the Journal of the House, except for the Spanish.
Members, you heard the motion striking the last part about Spanish. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion's adopted. Mr. Smithy, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Mr. Hunter,
Gentleman yields.
the way I read section D is that there are 5 potential, one or more of these 5 things can be done in case of basically a quorum break. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Now, my question, and I didn't find this in the bill, in the amendment, is who makes that determination?
The body, this House body.
Okay. It doesn't say that.
If you appeal, well, no, it's incorporated in the sections up here, John. But
Well,
this House body, it would come before, because it's the attendance here. And then let's say a ruling was made by this body, a majority. If that member wants to challenge, they would then go to House administration.
Well, what you are going to have is the lack of a quorum. And so have you looked at the issue of whether a lack of quorum can take the action that's envisioned in this legislation?
Yes,
okay.
we have.
Well, as I read it, the only thing that happens, the only thing it addresses are the fines and the expulsion. And basically those would be considered by House administration, but there's nothing in here about whether or how it would be referred to the House, the full House, and who would have an opportunity to vote. For example, would the expulsion vote be the remaining members that were here who lack a quorum, or would it be later on when the absent members had returned?
Well, first of all, sections 1 and 2 would be ongoing. There would be nothing impeding that. They would continue. If you have a quorum break, 1 and 2 continue. And that doesn't stop. In connection with expulsion, a lot of the expulsion rules are tied into the Constitution, as you know. And you could follow some constitutional rules. On reprimand and censure, I can't second guess what the request would be. If somebody wanted to come up here and make that motion and make it a hard censure motion, a hard reprimand, I can't answer you because I don't know what it would be. But yes, I don't think it would necessarily stop everything.
Well, one question I have is if it's just a motion, if it's a procedure by the remaining members with the absence of a quorum, would it be a privileged motion that the Speaker would be required to recognize, or would it be in the Speaker's discretion whether to recognize that member?
I think recognition of the member is always going to be by the Speaker.
In discretionary with the Speaker?
Well, I think it's either way. I mean, the Speaker is going to have to call on you to go to the back microphone to request a censure or reprimand.
Was there any consideration given by you or any discussion that concerned the removal of committee chairs who were intentionally absent from the House for the purpose of impeding a quorum?
Was it discussed? The answer is yes. However, there are proposals that are actually specific to that, which I understand are going to be proposed today. But I do think those are different type procedures, but there's sometimes maybe some likeness.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me start by asking, can the House transact any business without a quorum?
Under the Constitution, well, are you talking formal action on the floor?
Can the House transact any business on the floor other than to adjourn without a quorum?
I don't think so. I think you're, but sections 1 and 2 are automatic, so those happen whether we're on the floor or not if there is a quorum break.
Well, as I understand what you just told Chairman Smithy, if the violations will be determined by the House floor, right?
Yes.
By the House members on the floor.
That's what it says.
Well, how can they conduct any business except to adjourn if the Constitution prescribes that you don't get to conduct any business except by virtue of a quorum?
Number 1 and number 2 are automatic. If you
I'm not sure what you mean by automatic. Tell me what that means.
Well, those fines accumulate each day. You quorum
but there has
break.
to be a determination made that there was a violation before a fine can be imposed.
Well, let's just say this, when that point in time occurs, which is the day you leave and the day you come back, those days will be accumulated.
Well, but somebody has to make the determination that a person was absent without leave for the purpose of impeding the action.
That is the House, and you're correct. Constitution says if we're not here, you can't conduct business without following the Constitution. But
right.
When you do get the people back, these automatically flow.
So if they never came back, you would never have to, this never would be
we wouldn't have
imposed.
a legislature.
You would never
Right.
impose this.
Yeah.
Is that what
The voters want you never to come back?
No, I'm asking about the process.
No, you just said if you never
imposing
came back and you didn't have 2/3, we couldn't conduct any business.
Okay, so none of this would take effect until the absent members that defeated a quorum came back to the House.
Okay, I don't understand your question.
Well,
yeah, if there's nobody here, nobody can conduct business. If you came back, these are automatically in.
Yeah, but I'm not sure you understand my question. My question is about the process and how this would work. Because it doesn't seem, it almost violates the Constitution, at least it seems to me, because what you're requiring the House to do under this proposal would be to simply make a determination, first of all, that there had been a violation, and secondly, impose a penalty. But you'd have to do that only with a quorum present in the House. And you don't get to do either of those without a quorum being present, correct?
That's not correct, because you break quorum today, and we have 50 people here.
Right.
Section 1 and 2 start. The 3, 4, and 5 are probably what you bring before the body.
But
and you'd have to be back.
Hold on for a minute, though. But you're skipping the step I'm trying to get you to see. And that is that if I'm absent, first of all, somebody's got to make a determination about why I'm absent.
That's impeding in the section.
Right,
and
who makes that determination,
like health
though?
or things like that.
Who's going to make that determination?
Well, I think that if 70 people left together and published it and sent out notices, I think that pretty much meets impeding.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker, could we have an extension? This is so important, I think, to this body, because we are traveling down a road, I think, that sort of clashes with our Constitution.
The gentleman asked for extended time. This requires unanimous consent. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. What I'm trying to get at is, I know what it says on the paper, but what I'm trying to understand is, for example, if I'm accused of a crime, the state makes the allegation that I've been committed this crime, right? And what I'm trying to figure out is, in here, when it talks about a member being absent, first of all, just somebody being absent doesn't invoke this. It only gets invoked when somebody makes a determination that the member is absent with an intent to impede the actions of the House. And somebody's going to have to make that determination.
That's the body of the House. You could
But
go to
how
the
can the House
microphone.
conduct that if we can't have a quorum and you can't conduct business?
Your questions are two separate. Number one, let's take the isolated absence. You still have a quorum then. Now let's talk about what you're getting at. That's the walkout. You have a quorum break. Now, it's hard for me to see that's negligent. If it's quorum break, that was decided. Now, can you get to what you're saying, 3, 4, and 5? Probably not until members return and you get a quorum.
So if 49 people leave, 49 people, you still have 101 people here, right? Does this get invoked?
It sure could if there's still a quorum here.
But how could you be impeding if there was a quorum?
If you have a quorum here and they think that the 40 left for reasons that impeded House action, this allows the members to raise that in this body.
Because they would be in a quorum, then you could conduct business.
That's what I said.
Right. But if there were 52 people who left, you wouldn't have a quorum and you couldn't conduct business.
Until they came back. I keep saying that. When you come back, you have a quorum. You can't act while you're gone, but when you're here, we can.
Okay. Let me take it to its kind of crazy end. Suppose you left a quorum break, and the people never came back the rest of the session. Nothing would happen. Is that what I understand you to say?
If you have a quorum where there's nobody here under the Constitution, we can't do any business.
But you couldn't activate this particular rule either, right?
You couldn't have a proceeding formally on 3, 4, and 5. Number 1 and 2 could be activated.
But to impose a fine would seem to invoke at least some due process rights that an individual has to defend themselves against the imposition of the fine.
If it's impeding the action.
But somebody's got to make that determination.
See, you and I disagree on this. So I think if 70 of you left, I don't think many people are going to think there wasn't a purpose behind that, so that people cannot conduct business here.
How long would they have to be gone?
Well, that's up to them. I don't know.
I mean, if we were gone an hour, for example, would that be impeding?
It's up to the body of the House when they came back.
So when they came back, the House would have a quorum then, presumably, and then conduct the business of imposing the fines and making determinations.
Correct. Well, the fines, if you're gone, and when you get back, it's decided by the House you impeded. Those fines are accumulating. We're not stopping the fines. If they decide you didn't impede it, none of this applies.
So they could actually impose retroactively fines.
That's not retroactive.
Pardon?
That's not retroactive.
Well, yeah, you haven't imposed a fine when they left, but you imposed a fine when they came back.
You're coming back based on an action that impeded the business of the House in Texas, determined by this. That's accumulating. You know that going in.
All right.
I just don't agree with you on the due process. I believe this is due process.
Well, we'll disagree about that, but
we do.
But let me talk about this. The whole process revolves around impeding this House. Can you tell the House what that means in practical terms?
Yes, two things. First, since you asked, Article 3, Section 10 says you can have penalties without a quorum.
You did what?
Article 3, Section 10 says you can have penalties without a quorum.
Without a court?
Quorum.
Quorum, okay.
So you ask.
And penalties for what, though?
I ask,
Does it presuppose that it could have penalties for violating the quorum requirements?
I think that you can impose penalties based on what they believe the intent. For example, if you've impeded and they're going to continue, you can come back and contest it. You have the procedure in here to say, hey, we weren't. I mean, that thing is not, it doesn't stop you from contesting, but it does set out if you make this decision, you have these acts that can apply. And you also have a procedure where if you don't think it is, like you're giving examples, you go to House Administration, you make your case, you provide your basis, and there's a procedure there where you could get it reversed.
So does House Administration then do the same thing with that they do with every bill that comes to House Administration? They refer it to calendars and then it comes to the body?
No, I think some of the House Administration procedures don't necessarily all go to calendars. I think they have some actions that start and come from the House Administration.
But again, I'm talking about this proceeding. Would it would House Administration be empowered to either impose the penalties or not impose the penalties? That was the end of it.
They make the report to the body of the House.
And what does the body of the House do with it?
They then act on it here.
They did what?
They get to act on it here as a body. Here's the report, take a vote.
But they can't do that without a quorum.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Ms. Gervin Hoffman.
May I ask gentlemen questions?
Yes,
ma'am. The gentleman, you have the questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I'm trying to understand on the expulsion. What's the time frame on the expulsions?
That's up to whoever makes the request to this body.
So there's unlimited. So if we're serving 140 days, you can expel me for 139 days?
I don't know what the members would provide the criteria.
Oh, so that's up to the membership to vote on the number of days an individual can be expelled?
It would be part of what they request.
And if I'm expelled, can I also serve on my committees, or I can't show up at all?
We'll have to see what the expulsion motion is, what the penalties, what they're going to ask happen.
So
if you're
what do we
kicked,
do in
it
the
may be
meantime?
a complete, you're kicked out. I
Kicked out?
don't know. It's up to the members to make that, not me.
So the members would vote on the term of my expulsion, the conditions of my expulsion, and so there's nothing set in the amendment itself.
Well, you're asking me, this is a process that's up to the member to present to the House that could be modified, amended by this body.
And so if one wants to come back after being told they're being expelled, is there any rationale laid out of why you could come back, or you can just be expelled and it's in the story?
Okay, expulsion. Let's say that a member was expelled. That member says it was wrong. They go to the section in the motion that tells you to go to House Administration. You present all your information. They conduct a report, and it provides to each member of the House, and it can be stayed, kept, or modified. I can't tell you what a House member would propose about another House member.
And it would be the simple majority of the body in terms of what the terms and conditions are?
Yes.
And so if I say...
Well, no. Expulsion is under a different law. That's constitutional. But the other areas, yes, you'd have a majority. But expulsion is constitutional.
So as a duly elected official, I can be expelled from the House, which means I cannot serve my constituents, but I'm still an elected official.
Well, if that's what they ask. I mean, I can't tell you what the motion is. But remember, Constitution It's already in the Constitution. Rules can't change the Constitution. The expel is 2/3. So in expulsion, you got to follow the constitutional requirement. And it would take that for that member. But let's assume you fell into that. Then I would assume you would go to House Administration, present your situation. They would investigate, do the report, take your information, and then they would come back to the House, provide all the information to the House, and the House could accept it, modify it, do whatever they want.
My final question to you, so there any member who's out a week or so, and another member can say that that individual is out for reasons in terms of impeding business, they can make a recommendation for expulsion?
If you fall under impeding and you can show that to this body, it's up to this body.
And I looked at your amendment, and is impeding defined? And if so, what page or what section?
Well, I mean, if you look under the legal sections that are put in here, or go under the basis of research and law, you can get it. But no, I'm not going to provide 33 different views of impeding. It is a flexible, as you know, in the world of law, like I am. You use those words so they're flexibility for this House to act. And they may look at impeding as intentional. They may be looking at impeding as forceful. But I don't think you want to restrict it. I think you want this body to be the ones that define it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier.
will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter. I just want to ask some clarifying questions about Section G on page 2 that deals with the before a member is expelled under the section, it's going to be referred to House administration. Was there any consideration given to use the General Investigating Committee as opposed to the Committee on House Administration for this particular
I
reference?
did, and I talked to members, and I felt that House administration was the proper, because we've done a lot of the House rules previously through House administration, and we went through a lot of the past years on that, so I thought that was best. General investigation, as you know, has some general different jurisdictional issues.
Well, they can also investigate a member.
Sure.
And has the Committee on House Administration in the past conducted investigations?
I don't know. I haven't been on House administration.
Okay. So then my next question deals with the report. The report, is this a report on a recommendation, or is this a report on their findings? What would the report look like that they're going to present to the members?
First, it would be up to the Committee on House Administration.
On what the report looks like?
What it looks like, what it's found, what their findings would be.
So
Gives
in their
them the
investigation,
discretion.
all right. So if they have to do an investigation, will they have the authority to hire outside parties to assist in the investigation?
It'd be up to the chairman and his committee and their budget.
So there's no prohibition in this particular amendment that would prohibit the committee from hiring, because in other committees, is that true? There's no prohibition.
Well, I mean, the committees I have hadn't prevented me.
I'm sorry?
So I haven't had any prevention on me in my tenure here. If I need to get extra help, I generally request it or use the committee budget. And you generally have an approval process to make sure that the procedure is known, but I've never had anybody prevent it.
Okay. And so this investigation, is that going to follow the regular committee rule and procedure where it's open to the public and you'll take public testimony?
This is created generally so that committee can set their own standards and rules like we do for all committees.
Well, so the Journal Investigating has very special rules, and there are times where the proceedings are not public. And so I'm just trying to figure out where this lays in between, the general procedure that we have for committees and to the extreme with the General Investigating Committee.
I think the concept is not to put, fences, barriers around this. I think it is to get it to the committee, give the committee flexibility to do their due diligence, and the flexibility of that committee chair, committee vice chair, and committee members. They may want to do certain things with due diligence that may even be more than what other committees have done. But overall, this is not to handcuff, it is to provide general procedures so they can develop and grow from it.
Is there a time frame on how long they have to do their investigation and then how soon they must submit their report for it to be printed and provided to each member of the House?
There is not a specific time because the idea is to let them to do this comprehensively and basically in a judicious manner. But I think everybody would hope in this House that all committees try to act as quickly as possible, especially if you're dealing with some of these issues.
Well, currently there are deadlines that have to be met in order for bills to move through the process. And so I'm just trying to figure out if this particular provision would follow those same, procedures.
This is not the bill procedure.
Okay.
This is a report. What it says in G, as you've referenced, the matter shall be referred to the Committee on House Administration for investigation and report. They're given flexibility on how to do the report. They're given flexibility on how they do their investigation. Then the report issued under this section shall not be considered until it is printed and provided to each member of the House 24 hours before it's considered on the House floor. So what we're trying to do is give them broad discretion on operating.
Well, I think there are times where that's very helpful, but then there's also times where we need a little bit more guidance and parameters put in place. And so I'm just a little concerned about this provision. I don't support it, but I'm just saying if we're going to do it, it should have some more clarity in terms of what the expectations are, in terms of the report, if it's going to have a recommendation or if it's just going to say, this is what we found, this is who testified, and this is what was presented. I just asking for that.
I understand that, and we respectfully disagree because we have two different views. My view is to give House administration flexibility. I don't want to put in a bureaucratic framework to the point that it doesn't work. And this is a good procedure that allows the person, the member, an opportunity, gives them a process, as well as the committee to be flexible on the process. So I think it's a pretty good idea. And I also have faith in our members and our speaker. The speaker is going to choose the people for these committees, and we want the committees to follow the letter of this resolution so that everybody's heard. If it isn't impeding, that member gets to go in there and say, hey, we didn't impede. And it gives the committee an opportunity to almost analyze everything you all have asked me.
But does a member have the right to participate in the investigation that's under investigated?
They'll get, first of all, the entire process is given to House administration. But I believe the answer is yes. Now, the committee will lay out what the members' role and responsibilities are and what the committees. That's up to them.
But is it your intent to have the member participate in the investigation under the House administration?
I don't know what you mean, participate in the investigation.
Well, I mean, they
I've
don't have
never
to
really
include
seen
me.
people in investigations that are accused that get to participate in their own investigation. So,
But this is broad, and it doesn't say that.
well, I think that it says the committee does the investigation. I think we're going a little far, but the idea is, look, I'm not for putting handcuffs on this. I want the flexibility where the member has the opportunity to go to House administration. Give them the tools for the toolbox. And a lot of this evolves right here on the floor because the report comes to everybody here. Every question that you're asking, everything that you're analyzing gets to come out here in these particular proceedings. The bottom line is, if there's no impeding, these don't even start. The whole idea is, let's operate as a House, let's be here, let's get business done. But we've got to have a procedure to handle this, and that's what this is.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
I'm not sure. I moved to have the exchanged between myself and Chair Hunter reduced to writing and placed into the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Ms.
Mr.
Davis,
Speaker.
for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
The gentleman yield for a couple of questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. I know you believe in representative government, so I want to make sure that we are clear about this amendment. Is it in any way your thought that this amendment would prevent us from representing our district's wishes as we've been elected by the people in our district?
I don't know what yours or other members' district wishes are. You represent your area, but this is a House rule for the House of Representatives. If you do something that you don't believe is impeding, that you're doing something that you think is House district business, you have the opportunity to provide that to this House under this rule.
And so in your mind, if our districts or our constituents in our districts ask us to act on a particular piece of legislation and we choose to support the district's wishes, we couldn't get pulled into this kind of debate with the House saying we're impeding the business of the House? If in fact our constituents have asked us to stand up on a particular issue and we act according to the folks that have elected us to be in this body, would we then be subject to this kind of ruling by the House? Because
First,
you're asking us.
I don't know what the ruling of the House would be, but this is talking about absence impeding the House business. This isn't talking about you filing a bill or representing an issue. But what if you're saying is you have people asking you to leave to impede business, then I think this clicks in the House rule and the House has to look at that.
So the question is, can our constituents ask us to not favor particular legislation that will do harm to our districts and that they would rather us not vote on legislation that would do harm to our districts? Will we be subject to this kind of treatment? I mean, I'm just trying to understand because many of our constituents, it would appear to me that this is a direct relationship to what many of our constituents ask of us to do when legislation does harm to them, either in the committee and or on the House floor. Are you suggesting that this will prevent us from representing those interests?
I'm not suggesting any of that, but we have a difference of philosophy. I have a hard time saying elect somebody and don't show up.
And I don't think that
my view is, well, let me finish because I'm responding. My view is what your constituents ask you, you need to make that decision. If you do something that impedes the House business, then that needs to be brought before this House and be considered by this House. So I can't answer what your House is asking.
No, I'm asking you from the standpoint of we're putting in a process that could potentially conflict with those of us who represent districts who would like for us to stand up. Just as members here, I'm sure they brought this issue to you because they want to represent their interest. The question is whether or not we are limiting our ability for other members to exercise the interest of their constituents.
In my opinion, no, unless you're impeding, as it says, through absence of the body.
But
that decision you're asking, trying to get an upfront answer, that's not here today. That's when you present the case to this body.
And so we, based on what you just explained, we could very well have a situation where we could in fact be acting on behalf of our constituents, and we would just need to tell you or this committee or the administration that in fact this legislation is detrimental to our districts, and therefore they've asked us not to participate on moving that forward. Are you impeding our ability to represent our district?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're trying to get that this impedes some sort of action in your area. This
gentleman's time's expired. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
The chair recognizes Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is an amendment that is acceptable to the author. It just makes it clear that if we're going to be talking about expulsion in our House rules, that we're doing it pursuant to Article 3, Section 11 of the Texas Constitution, and it is acceptable.
Mr. Martinez sends up an amendment to the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to adoption of the amendment. The chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Any member wishing to speak for, against, or on the amendment? The chair recognizes.
Please vote.
Ms.
yes
Jones, for what
on the
purpose?
amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. So my first question is, so the United States Constitution grants us a First Amendment right to protest. So this, are you suggesting that this House rule overrides the United States Constitution?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No.
So if the Constitution grants me as a United States citizen, regardless of whether I'm a representative, the right to protest, this rule denies me that right, it penalizes me from doing that. Would you agree with that?
I don't agree with your analysis. You have the right to protest, but we have the right to conduct policy and procedure in the House. This is for the House rules. But no, your constitutional rights to protest, you do that. Nobody is talking about that.
So you're suggesting with this rule that the House rules supersede our United States Constitution rights to walk out and protest?
No, I'm not saying any of that.
So we can be penalized, correct?
If you impede in the absent procedure, then you have a House rule that applies to you.
For purposes of my questions, I'll concede that it's for the purpose of impeding to stop votes, just to make this easy.
So
Right,
your example is you're going to walk out.
My example is, just for questioning, I've made a decision to impede this body, right? I think that you're about to pass some really bad laws. So I exercise my constitutional right to leave, quorum break. You're telling me you believe that the rules in the House will deny me my constitutional right to stop really bad government, and the House can punish me by fining me, paying costs to the Sergeant at Arms, reprimanding me, censoring me, or expulsing me. Would you agree that you could do that to me even if I'm impeding and I leave?
If the House rules pass with this, those provisions in the amendment apply to you as a House member. To also repeat what was previously said, Article 3, Section 10, which already exists, says you can have penalties without a quorum. So we have various different laws that already apply. Many of these are already used in certain instances. What we're doing is making this not something that's different, but that something is here for the House.
Thank you for that, but that's not really what I asked.
Well, no, you're just trying to say you don't like the rule and you want the right to protest. You have the right to protest.
No. For purposes of my question to you, I'm saying I'm trying to stop the House from doing business. I've made that decision. And I leave.
Okay.
You're telling me that because I'm in the House of... You're telling me that...
and you fall under, like you say, if a member is absent without leave, for the purpose of impeding the action of the House, then those 5 things are subject to you, yes.
Okay, so maybe I'm not doing a good job of explaining. I'm making this easy. I'm saying that I'm impeding. I'm saying that I decided to leave, right? What I'm saying is, when I leave, this body, because it's the House of Representatives, can find me, make me pay costs by the Sergeant at Arms, reprimand me, censor me, or expulse me from this body. That's what you're saying. So the rules in the House supersede the United States Constitution that gives me a right to do something.
We do not together agree with your last comment. Do these 5 procedures come in because you've made an intent to impede? The answer is yes. Do you and I agree that this is taking away some constitutional right? The answer is no.
So, and the United States Constitution grants us a right to due process by law, which means fair notice and hearing. So, if I leave and I'm impeding, some penalty, which we've listed, the 5, can happen to me without notice and hearing. Again, because I ran for office and got elected by my constituents, I'm not entitled to due process related to what my punishment is?
Do not agree. As I explained, there is a process section in the bill. I'll give you an example. We had previously talked about the concept of expelling. So let's take that provision. You have a due process procedure. It is presented here, just like we do a lot of things. And then, if you are concerned with the action of the House, you go to House Administration. They're going to conduct an investigation. They're going to conduct a report. They're going to set up their whole procedures. They can decide involving you, getting your input, whatever they want to do. Then they provide a whole report to every member of this House, who then makes a determination. It's a pretty good procedure.
I'll keep my thoughts to myself on that one. So, and then you've got where if you're assessed a fine that we can't pay from our campaign account, we can't, I guess, use our operating account. So if we had a legal fund account, is that included? If we have a legal defense?
Well, I think you better get a lawyer to make sure there's not a political campaign connection to any of those accounts, because you have a whole set of laws that govern contribution expenditure accounts, political campaign accounts, and I don't know how those companies or finance groups are set up. The whole point is you are personally responsible.
I guess my concern with that portion is, what if you're poor? What if you don't have like a big bank account? Because I'd hope that to be in the legislature, you wouldn't have to be rich. I'd hope that poor people could get elected and have constituents. So if my constituents say, do not vote on that, leave, that is not going to help us. And I go do what my constituents say, which is in the course and scope of my, I guess, duties as a state representative. You're telling me that campaign funds can't be used to protect me, sort of like governmental immunity, right? The government does something if you're doing something within the course and scope of your capacity as a governmental entity. You have certain rules to protect you while you're doing that. So now you're forcing, I mean, unless I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, please, that if I'm not rich, how do I pay the fines? So how does that not discriminate against the poor?
Already.
Or I should say the poor representative.
Already, you have articles.
And I'm sorry, I can't hear you because there's talking. I don't know what I can do to hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
First of all, you already have articles and sections of the Constitution where penalties can be assessed right now. So what you're talking about is already occurring. Second, let's assume that the fine starts on you. You're going to get hit $500 per day. And if you can't pay it, it's going to come out of your operating account. And then it's going to keep coming out of there till you're able to pay it back.
But therein lies the problem. I can't use my operating account to pay my fine. I can't use my campaign account to pay my fine. But if you fine me, you can take it out of my operating account. So I'm just trying to figure out why I can't use my operating account to pay fines, but you can punish me out of my operating account. Help me understand that
I guess
inconsistency.
I don't agree with your analysis. You're not being punished. The rule says...
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I really can't hear, and I really want to hear.
The gentleman's time's expired.
I didn't hear what you said, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's time's expired. We were beyond 10 minutes.
Okay, so I'm new. I don't know what you say if you want to have more time.
There's a limit of 10 minutes, and the 10 limit is
So what do
expired
I
on this
do?
amendment.
May I have an extension, Mr. Speaker?
Members, the gentlelady's asked for an extension of time. Is there objection?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment as amendment. This is a record vote requested by Mr. Slayton. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Hunter voting aye. All members voting. All members voting. There being 87 ayes and 59 nays, the amendment as amended is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I think you'll recognize this amendment. I filed the same amendment last session. I'm proud to be up here offering it again. This amendment will require the Speaker to appoint committee chairs from the majority party. This amendment fulfills one of the legislative priorities of the Republican Party of Texas, will honor the will of the people of Texas by ensuring that they actually receive the leadership that they vote for on Election Day.
Mr. Guerin, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry, please.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, did the House just adopt a housekeeping resolution for this session?
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Is that housekeeping resolution now in effect?
It is now in effect, yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call a point of order against further consideration of this amendment.
Please bring your point of order down front. Representative Guerin raises a point of order against further consideration of the Slayton Amendment on the grounds that the amendment seeks to authorize actions prohibited by the housekeeping resolution. The subject of the amendment, as stated by the author in his layout, is to prohibit the Speaker from appointing certain members as certain chairs, specifically those members who are elected as nominees of an identified political party. The author additionally stated that the purpose of the amendment was to implement the directive of a political party's state executive committee. The housekeeping resolution adopted by the House earlier today codified the constitutional rule that House resources may only be used for public purposes and may not be used for political purposes. Attorneys General John Cornyn and Greg Abbott have both held that political parties are not public entities but are political instrumentalities. Is that even a word? Sorry. The amendment would require a speaker to use public resources, including staff time and government facilities, on behalf of one political instrumentality. This obviously would require the speaker to violate the housekeeping resolution. Once adopted, a House resolution is not subject to collateral attack. The Slayton Amendment effectively seeks to amend the previously adopted housekeeping resolution, which is not permitted under House precedent. It may only be offered by way of direct amendment to that measure. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Schaefer, what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Are the House Republican caucus and the House Democrat caucus contemplated anywhere in our House rules or the housekeeping resolutions?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Does the Republican caucus and the Democrat caucus have office space in the Capitol that uses state electricity?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Is the House Republican caucus a political instrumentality?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Schofield.
Chair Red Hacks and Mr. Schofield explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, we've spent a lot of time today standing around not doing a whole lot. And that is unfortunately endemic to being on the floor. However, there's a certain extent to which we can ameliorate that and allow the House to do its business. This amendment would affect the timing of the raising of a point of order against further consideration of a bill or amendment. It does not affect whether you can raise the point, it doesn't affect the points that you can raise, and it doesn't affect the disposition. In other words, a point of order that would have been sustained would still be sustained. A point of order that would be overruled would still be overruled. The difference is this amendment would require us to respect each other's time and raise points of order in a timely manner that you already know exist. So what the amendment would do is say that any point of order against further consideration of a bill or resolution that already existed before a calendar day would have to be raised before we start hearing bills that day. Instead of getting here, arguing a bill for an hour and a half, and then somebody calls a point, and then we spend 45 minutes arguing the point and waiting for a ruling, while other bills are dying at the back end, and while members' time is being disrespected and you're standing around doing nothing, this would require that you raise it in the morning at the latest. The parliamentarians can have time to look at the amendment. You can have time, as a person defending your bill or amendment, to actually make your defense, where right now you have to run up there, you didn't know a point was coming, you have about 5 seconds to start looking at it and figuring out a response. This would allow better justice, it would allow more timely justice, and more importantly, it would respect the time of the 150 members of this House. And unless there's anybody at the back mic, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
In respect to my good friend Representative Schofield, I'll be asking you to vote no on this particular amendment. And I think a lot of this we can do through our parliamentarians and our speaker and the staff, but I'll be asking to vote no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to close on the amendment.
With due respect to Representative Hunter, I believe the rules belong to all of us. This floor belongs to all of us. You all are going to spend 5 months away from your businesses and your families to come up here and do the people's business. You have a right to have your time respected. This is not a major change. It just simply asks people to raise a point of order timely, and I would be happy to yield to the gentleman.
For what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions. Gentleman yield for questions.
Thank you. The practical effect of your amendment would be we'd have more bills passed, right?
Not necessarily. You can always vote no.
Well, we wouldn't raise the point of order until I couldn't sit at my desk and you get up on the mic and then me develop a point of order at that point in time, right?
Right.
I'd have to do it before.
This would request that you at least show the other members the courtesy of moving that work up one day. The calendar lays out for 72 hours. If there's a bill you don't like, instead of waiting till it comes up and start grabbing your rules, the day before you can look at it, find the same point of order, and respect the members' time by bringing it to the parliamentarians in the morning and letting them rule. And this is how I would envision it would work.
So the purpose of your amendment, though, would be to allow more bills to escape this whole point of order fiasco we have.
No, because the bill would still be killed on a point of order. It would just not sit around for a long period of time on the floor with nothing
Well, what about
happening.
when members don't know about the point of order or don't think about the point of order until the last minute?
And that's what I'm saying is this would require the members to respect the other members and do their work the day before. These calendars sit out for 72 hours. We all know about them. If there's a bill you don't like, it's more respectful to the members that the day before you look at it and find the point of order that you don't like than waiting till we're already up here talking.
Well, thank you for answering my questions, but I think this is a big government amendment.
Yes.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Slayton. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting no. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Smith voting no. All members voted. There being 5 ayes and 141 nays, the amendment fails to adopt.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Is it true that a member can challenge the ruling of the chair with 10 signatures?
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I had those signatures and I was trying to get recognized, and I feel like you ignored me when I did that. And so in the future, at what point do I have to challenge the ruling of the chair after an announcement?
As soon as the vote has been released, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I have 6 for a future amendment, so if I can get 4 people that want to come to my desk to sign for a future minority party amendment that's coming up, I'll be glad to have you sign on.
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain his amendment. The chair, Mr. Tinderholt, thank you.
Did you recognize me already? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Members, this amendment simply says if you want to be a committee chairman in the Texas House, you should be able to affirm the obvious fact that there are 2 genders.
It's sad to even have to say this these days, but the push from the radical left to shift reality.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Through
Mr. Busey, for what
language.
purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against the Tenderhold Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Busey raises a point of order against further consideration of the Tenderhold Amendment, Amendment number 5, under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules of Procedure on the grounds that the amendment is not germane. The subject of the amendment is compelled speech on a substantive matter instead of procedural matter that is imposed on a committee chair. The major purpose of an amendment determines its germaneness. The purpose of the Tenderhold Amendment is to compel a chair's speech on a substantive issue. The amendment is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment is similar to one last session. What this amendment says is that when the speaker selects committee chairs...
Mr. Guerin, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call a point of order against further consideration of this amendment, as it's basically the same thing. It violates the same points that I initially called on the last amendment.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Guerin raises a point of order against further consideration of the Slayton Amendment, Amendment number 6, on the grounds that the amendment seeks to authorize actions prohibited by the housekeeping resolution. For the reasons stated by the chair in the earlier ruling, the amendment is not in order because it seeks to amend a measure that is not pending before the House. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
I'm missing my folder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would simply require that after the Speaker appoints committee chairs, each chairman must provide a written notice stating whether or not they support Marxism. The notice must be submitted to the chief clerk for printing in the House Journal. It's extremely important since our committees deal with the most important
Mr.
issues.
Speaker, I'd like to call another point of order against further consideration of this amendment. It is not germane to this to the rules.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Guerin raises a point of order against further consideration of the Slayton Amendment, Amendment number 7, under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules of Procedure on the grounds that the amendment is not germane. For the reasons stated by the chair in the earlier ruling, the amendment is not germane because it is not related to a procedural matter. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply protects the
Mr.
use
Speaker.
of proper
Mr. Guerin, for what
pronouns.
purpose?
I'd like to call another point of order, as this is not germane, plus it would violate freedom of speech under the United States Constitution.
Mr. Guerin, please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Guerin raises a point of order against further consideration of the Slayton Amendment, Amendment number 8, under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules of Procedure on the grounds that the amendment is not germane. The subject of the amendment is the substantive matter of speech codes, and its provisions plainly exceed the scope of the legislative process. For the reasons stated by the chair in earlier rulings today, the amendment is not germane because it is not related to a procedural matter. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Is Mr. Reynolds on the floor of the House? Is Mr. Tinderholt on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've authored this amendment every single time we've had session. We all work hard to represent our districts and to author bills of importance to our constituents. At some point or another, we've had a bill die in committee because it never gets a vote. We should know who doesn't like our bill and why they don't so we can work with them to make changes to that bill. My amendment would simply require each committee to take a formal vote on whether or not to report a bill favorably either within 14 days of the bill being heard or the last day before which a bill could be reasonably expected to have sufficient time for it to be placed on a calendar. No more whipping votes behind closed doors, and the author never knows who didn't like a bill and why. Transparency is owed to one another as colleagues as well as to all Texas voters. It's really simple. If a bill gets heard in committee, I think you should have an up or down vote, yay or nay, with a name attached to it. You as a member can go to that person that didn't like the bill. Hey, what didn't you like and what can I modify? I mean, I am surprised this hasn't passed in the past 4 sessions. It's just transparency with one another and with the voters outside this building. I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the amendment? Chair hears no. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, and in respect to my colleague, I'm going to be asking you to vote no on the amendment. I think we have the procedures, and I appreciate his comment, but I'll be asking you to vote no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to close on the amendment.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of the amendment. This is a record of vote requested by Mr. Slayton. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting no. Show Ms. Perez voting no. Show Ms. Goodwin voting no. All members voting. There being 13 ayes and 136 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Members, this is the same one I've done in the past too. In calendars committee, oftentimes people will tag bills for no apparent reason whatsoever. If you make someone mad that's in the committee, they can tag your bill. It might be great for Texas, great for your district, great for their district, but they can tag all of your bills that are attached to your name. I think it's unethical, I think it's wrong, and I think it lacks transparency. I move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to speak against the amendment.
Again, in respect to my colleague, I'll be asking you to vote no. I believe the procedures are working well under the rules. Please vote no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to close on the amendment.
I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Slayton. A record vote has been granted. the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Honan voting no. So Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. All members voting. There being 17 ayes and 132 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would take a fair and common sense step that was sorely missing last redistricting cycle. It would ensure that the state provides legal and data resources to all House members on an equal basis. Attorneys and other experts employed by state offices and agencies, including the Texas Legislative Council, are supposed to serve all Texans. Their salaries are paid for by all Texans, taxpayers. In the past, however, many of these employees have facilitated the drawing of unconstitutionally discriminatory maps, working directly with only one or two members in complex schemes to dilute the voting power of people of color. There is no provision of law that allows state attorneys or state data and mapping experts to act as private consultant for particular political parties or individual legislators. If an attorney or expert for a state agency or office provides legal counsel to any member of the legislature, they should be required to provide equivalent counsel to any member that requests it. As was revealed in litigation over the 2011 maps, a major component of the unconstitutional racially discriminatory maps was a result of House leadership working directly with state attorneys to dilute the vote. In order to avoid the past legal mistakes of the legislature, it is critical that there is fair and equal access to experts and resources. Furthermore, when the committee redistricted during the special session in 2021, they, unbeknownst to many members of the committee, hired a secret consultant with a previous history of gerrymandering in another state. The Black and Latino members of the committee only learned of this consultant when it was reported by the media. The consultant drew maps behind closed doors and did not invite the Black and Latino members of the committee to participate in the process. Taxpayer dollars should not be spent on the salaries of secret political operatives. Whether at the end of session or in a special session, it will be a quick turnaround. So it is critical and crucial that all members, regardless of ethnicity or political party, have the resources to understand what effects the maps will have both locally and statewide. And with that, I move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
In respect to my colleague members, this deals with the subject of redistricting and the legal side. I requestfully respect a no vote.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I move for passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Slayton. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting no. Show Ms. Credo voting aye. All members voting. There being 63 ayes and 84 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
I move to have the layout of the last amendment reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Niave Criado.
The chair recognizes Ms. Credo for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To lay out the amendment, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, this is a
redistricting amendment, and the amendment would require essentially that any redistricting bill which redraws the lines of legislative, congressional, state board of education, or court of appeals district must include in its bill analysis information that is designed to assess how groups that are protected under the Voting Rights Act are impacted by these proposed new maps. This includes all racial groups as well as particular language minority groups in certain parts of the state. Unfortunately, Texas has had a long history of Voting Rights Act violations. In fact, there was a conservative Fifth Circuit judge that said it's notable as well that in every redistricting cycle since 1970, Texas has been found to violate the Voting Rights Act with racially gerrymandered districts. And prior to 1970, as y'all recall, in the height of the civil rights movement, you can imagine what the maps were like prior to the Voting Rights Act being signed. Last decade, the state was found to have first violated the United States Constitution in 2011, and then again in 2013 when it redrew House District 90. And what this comes down to is a pre-clearance provision that we previously had in the Voting Rights Act of Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. It required that the state would demonstrate to the Department of Justice that the proposed maps did not have a discriminatory impact. And as we saw during the last redistricting cycle, we saw the impact of the maps on historically disenfranchised groups. And here's what we saw in the absence of pre-clearance during the special session. 95% of the growth, the population growth in Texas came from communities of color. Approximately half of that growth came from the Latino community. And despite the fact that Texas would not have gained 2 new congressional seats, we could have even potentially lost some. Both of the newly drawn congressional seats were Anglo-majority districts with Anglo-majority eligible voter populations. During the redistricting process, there was a mere 24 hours notice before the redistricting committee heard congressional maps. And so this amendment would ensure that the redistricting bills cannot just pass through, that we have really significant and important racial voting analysis. And here's the impact of the Texas House maps on the Latino population in Texas. For the Texas House, we saw a map that eliminated 3 majority Latino eligible voting districts. It also eliminated 6 districts that had a majority Spanish surname voter registration. And if you think about that, the impact on the Latino population in Texas, this is why we need the amendment. We need to be able to see the data and see what the impact is going to be on our community. And during the special session, despite the fact that the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, the Texas Legislative Black Caucus, both requested to invite experts to come testify before the committee about and explain to us about the impact of the maps and the proposed district maps and whether the maps would comply with the Voting Rights Act, they were not allowed. So this amendment is so crucial for us to determine compliance of new maps, to determine compliance with the Voting Rights Act. And there's a wide variety of data, but we would respectfully request your support for the amendment, and I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
Respect to my colleagues, this is a redistricting amendment that involves legal. I would request no vote.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado to close on the amendment.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Slayton. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Shows Ms. Niave Criado voting aye. Show Ms. Morales voting aye. Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Mr. Hunter voting nay. All members voted. There being 64 ayes and 84 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Is Mr. Schofield on the floor of the House? Oh. Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
I move to have the amendment put forward by Chair Niave reduced to writing and entered into the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Schofield.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain the amendment.
I always like to take an opportunity to start a session by joining the 100-vote club. So thank you all for your kindness in that. I'm going to give you a second shot at protecting your bills that you've worked on throughout the legislature. We have in Rule 4, Section 32F, a wholly ineffectual way for a member to protect their bill from a mistake that's either in a bill analysis or elsewhere in the committee report. We have in the current rule, we have a provision that you can ask that something be appended to it, which slows it down. And at the end of session, the last thing you want to do is slow your bill down on its way from the committee to calendars and to the floor. Instead, what I would do is offer this amendment that does two things. One, it changes where you would put your statement. Instead of doing it at the committee level, after it goes through, you would send it to the chief clerk, and if your bill gets set on the floor, they would email all of us the statement from the member saying there's a mistake in what I believe is a mistake in the committee report, and you can fix it. And then as a result of that, a point of order would not be sustained on the mistake that's in the committee report. For example, when the voter ID bill first came to the floor, the bill said something had to be done within 6 days. The bill analysis said 6 business days. That was enough to sustain a point of order and send it back. An author who sees that mistake on his bill is powerless to do anything about it, and just the staff error kills your bill. Under the current rule, you're virtually powerless to do anything about it because you would not want to make an author statement that slows down your bill. This rule change would allow you to have an effective way to protect yourself from an error that's no fault of your own in the bill analysis or in the committee report. And that way, your bill would be protected and the work you're doing for your citizens would go forward without being killed because of a mistake on somebody else's part. Members, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
Again, in respect to my colleague, I'll be asking you to vote no, because we do have the protective procedures in the new rules.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to close on his amendment.
When this happens to you, I will be coming to you and saying you voted against fixing this. Move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Slayton. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Schofield voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting nay. All members voting. There being 13 ayes and 135 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Members, one of the big wins that we recently had out of the fight in Washington, D.C. is that motion to vacate the chair, a motion that previously needed 5 members to make it, now requires 1. This motion came from a Thomas Jefferson manual as what was enacted in Congress in 1837. We have an identical motion here in Texas to remove the speaker and elect a new speaker. We have 1/3 the members in this Texas House, yet we require 76 people. I don't anticipate this motion being made this session, and I hope it's not made in Washington, D.C., but this amendment moves it to 5. Washington, D.C., with 435 members, is 1, and I'm requesting that you get 5 signatures to be able to do it. I move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to speak in opposition to the amendment.
In respect to my colleague, I'll be asking you to vote no. And again, our current procedures have been working well. Please vote no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This only occurs if a speaker won't recognize you. You need 5 signatures to have the debate. I want to be clear. It doesn't just vacate the speaker and you have to vote for a speaker. It's to have the debate. I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Slayton. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting nay. So Mr. King voting nay. All members voting. There being 3 ayes and 146 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is simply a transparency amendment. Texas is a big state with 30 million people, 150 representatives, and this will help ensure the people who are watching our proceedings at home can have a clear idea of all the representatives who are here in the Capitol passing legislation. This amendment required that the video broadcasts of House floor and committee proceedings.
Ms. Gonzalez, for a purpose.
I raise a point of order against the slated amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Representative Gonzalez of El Paso raises a point of order against further consideration of the Slayton Amendment, Amendment number 15, on the grounds that the amendment seeks to authorize actions prohibited by housekeeping resolutions. For the reasons stated by the chair in the earlier ruling today, the amendment is not in order because it seeks to amend a measure that is not pending before the House. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment has two parts. This amendment will ensure that there is at least a bare minimum of time for the public to view any redistricting proposals before they are considered in committee. Specifically, this amendment requires the bill layout no less than 240 hours, or 10 days. In comparison, the state budget requires 144 hours, and the sunset bills require 24 hours. In the 2017 case, Bettis versus Abbott, a panel of federal court judges found intentional discrimination in the 2011 redistricting process, highlighting the following problems with that process: the exclusion of minority member and public input despite the minority population growth, the misleading information, the secrecy and closed process, and the rushed process. In 2019, the same panel of judges stated, given the record produced in 2011, the state must implement a process that by any reasonable definition is fair and open. The most fundamental basic component of a fair and open process is the ability of the public to view and comment on map proposals. 1 or 2 days' notice is nowhere near enough time. These are incredibly complex bills. It's not simply a matter of looking at it once and knowing what effect it's going to have. There are multiple layers of demographic, geographic, and political data that Texans need to consider when determining whether they support or oppose a particular district lines. A critical component of public commentary is the ability to propose alternative district lines. This requires not only analyzing the current maps, but then even more time-consuming process of analyzing possible changes to those maps and determining if they fix the problem and themselves comply with state and federal law. Many of us have some experience with this process and know how intensive it is. To determine the compliance with the Voting Rights Act, people need to be able to look at a past voting history and how it will affect future performance. Even with new technology, this is an incredibly time-consuming process to make sure the data is accurate and lines up with the correct parts of the map. It is also critical that the time period for notice starts from when the map shape files themselves are available to the public. The actual language of a redistricting bill is incomprehensible to the general public without an accompanying map file where they can view the effects of the proposal. Most organizations recommend 2 to 3 weeks of notice for communities and individuals to actually be able to fully digest a map proposal, prepare alternatives, and write testimony. Even if this body isn't able to ensure that time frame, there needs to be some minimum assurance that members and the public will at least have time to digest the maps that will determine democratic representation for the next decade, having their only meaningful opportunity to comment on them. Oh, move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Again, in respect to my colleague, this deals with redistricting, which is legal, and I request you vote no.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales to close on the amendment.
I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Morales voting aye. Ms. Niave Criado voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting nay. All members voting. There being 64 ayes and 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
I move to have the layout by Cristina Morales reduced to writing and inserted into the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment reduces the time limit for a vote to place on impeachment resolutions on the calendar from 30 days down to 7. Whenever the House deems it necessary to file impeachment resolutions, it must be treated with urgency, and it is perfectly reasonable to require that the Calendars Committee vote on it within 7 calendar days. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
In respect to my colleague, I'll be asking you to vote no. Current calendaring and resolutions procedures are fine. Please vote no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like you to know before 1993, the calendar's rules for all bills was 7 days. I'm only asking for impeachment resolutions to be 7 days. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. Record vote has been granted. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting nay, Mr. Slayton voting aye, Mr. Burrows voting nay. Show Mr. Rainey voting nay, Mr. Kimball voting nay. Show Mr. Smith voting nay. Show Ms. Theory voting nay. All members voting. There being 7 ayes and 140 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this simply ensures that we'll be conducting our business in a respectful and proper order and importance and precedence by ensuring that we debate and take vote on the incredibly important issue of ending of drag queen performances in front of minors before we name a road or bridge in the state of Texas. Naming roads and bridges is a good thing, but I think we need to protect children from
Mr. Speaker.
being sexualized.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of a Slayton amendment under Article 3, Section 5 of the Texas Constitution on the grounds that it violates the procedures and order of business of the House of Representatives specified by the Texas Constitution.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Moody raises a point of order against further consideration of the Slayton Amendment, Amendment number 18, under Article 3, Section 5B and C, Texas Constitution, on the grounds that the amendment would forbid of which the Constitution expressly authorizes. The Slayton Amendment would prohibit the Speaker from laying out before the House certain legislation if separate, unrelated legislation had not previously been voted on by the House. Article 3, Section 5B absolutely authorizes the House to consider legislation designated as an emergency by the governor. If the amendment's prohibited legislation were designated as an emergency matter, the Slayton Amendment would prohibit the Speaker from laying it out before the House for its consideration. The rules adopted by the House may not conflict with rules set forth by the Constitution itself. The amendment is out of order. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your inquiry.
Would this, several members have asked me this, would this constitute impeding?
The chair is not advised.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply ensures we'll be conducting our business in a respectful and proper order of importance and precedence by ensuring that we debate and take a vote on the incredibly important issue of ending barbaric practice of gender modification of young children before ceremony.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Slayton Amendment under Article 3, Section 5 of the Texas Constitution on the grounds that it violates the procedures and order of business of the House of Representatives specified by the Texas Constitution.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Moody raises a point of order against further consideration of the Slayton Amendment, Amendment number 19, under Article 3, Sections 5B and C, Texas Constitution, on the grounds that the amendment would forbid that which the Constitution expressly authorizes. For the reasons stated by the chair in the earlier ruling today, the amendment is not in order because it impermissibly conflicts with the constitutional rule. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Mr. Slayton, for what purpose? Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Tenderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tenderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment's pretty simple. In woke corporations and on Twitter, there's an unhealthy trend of people inserting their preferred pronouns in their bio signatures or signature. These kind of games should not be played in the Capitol, and this type of communication should not be occurring at taxpayer expense. The left is constantly moving the goalpost of what objective truth is. This amendment serves as preemptive defense of our members and staff. Essentially, I'm saying that they can't use these on their emails, at the bottom of their emails, and try to force people into their belief system. I move passage.
Mr. Slayton, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask the representative some questions.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir, I will.
The gentleman will yield.
Representative Terholt, I want to say thank you for filing this amendment.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I rise on a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2, that this amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. Ms. Zwiener raises a point of order against further consideration of the Tinderholt Amendment, Amendment number 20, on the grounds that the amendment seeks to authorize actions prohibited by the housekeeping resolution. For the reasons stated by the chair in the earlier ruling today, the amendment is not in order because it seeks to amend a measure that is not pending before the House. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this has nothing to do with politics, but when picking chairmen, we should not choose them from counties that are over 2 million. It includes me. This is not political. It draws me out. I think that the state is better served if members are from counties of under 2 million. I move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
In respect to my colleague, I will be asking you to vote no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to close on the amendment.
I would like to say thank you to Chairman Hunter for being very kind and generous all day today with me. I appreciate it, and I move passage.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting nay. So Mr. Longoria voting nay. All members voting. There being 6 ayes and 141 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Any members want to speak for, on, or against the resolution? Hearing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
The question occurs on adoption of H.R. 4. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Longoria voting aye. All members voting. All members voting. There have been 123 ayes and 19 nays. H.R. 4 is finally adopted. Members, I want to thank Chairman Hunter and all the members who worked on the rules. It's a long day, but well worth it. Thank you. Is Mr. Raymond on the floor, House? The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just wanted to recognize that one of our members' birthday is going to be celebrated, and especially for you freshmen, you should know this. When you have a desk mate and it's their birthday, you should get up here and announce that it's your desk mate's birthday. But if you're Representative Morales and this is above you, then you don't. But members, Representative Claudia Ordaz is having a birthday party that's being hosted. You can't hear me? Representative, can you hear me? Can you hear me back there? Are you serious?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Members, I'm going to increase your budgets, members. So Representative Ordaz is having a birthday party. Go celebrate with her. You all got an invitation at Eastside Company, 1319 Rosewood Avenue. Happy birthday. Let's wish her a happy birthday, members.
Members, any other announcements? Members, the House will convene at 10:30 tomorrow. We will meet in joint. Members, you may want to listen to this. The House will convene tomorrow at 10:30. We will meet in joint session at 11 a.m. to canvass the votes for the governor and lieutenant governor, which will take approximately 90 minutes. Mr. Hunter moves that the House adjourn until 10:30 a.m. Thursday. Either objection, chair hears none, the House stands adjourned.